What it does is relax me and helps me sleep. So I've been smoking it long enough now that I appreciate the effects and the fact that I had smoked a pre-roll right before I took my drug test at my new job that I'm at for the last year and a half, and they said no THC on the test. I got nothing to worry about. I love my job.
Yeah, I hear that. Been there.
Well, yeah, we got one man. I'm gonna slide out upstairs and get some more to drink.
All right. Miss you already, honey. Hurry back.
I might come back later, but I doubt it. 369-0369. They call me Juice over here in Renton. And I'm going to be back out for the night.
All right, ciao.
Be out here. If not, have a good one.
You got it. I'll probably catch you tomorrow. Because I'm going to drink more and go to bed. I got stuff in bed I need to do, and I'm back loud, and I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Sitting here watching the planes buzz around SeaTac like it's some flies in a turd over there. Pretty some of them are, I think they're just up there buzzing around. Same on it. Oh, a little bit of wind. A little cool tonight. Not a whole lot much else. What's up with you? Yeah, all right. Pretty glad for Saturday. Did you get down to the worm yet? I've never seen anybody keep it down yet. Yeah, I go talk to him last night. That dirty devil. Well, you went golfing earlier. Maybe he's still on the golf course. I don't know. He's probably on the phone with his girlfriend. Yeah, that's pretty much any time. Oh, a little bit here and there. Could be goofing around there. That's about it. And Mr. Blacktop's out there right now. He's 0369. He went for something. He's probably disappeared for the night. I guess Grey Ghost is out there somewhere, and I don't know who else is out there. That's a good direction. I'm out here. And then into there. Want me to give them up, shoot them a text, see if I can route them up? Never know, it could just be beating on a drum set. Right on. I've done that in years. Probably never will again. But, yeah, well, I don't have a guitar anymore. I guess I'm done. Yeah, I got stupid fingers. It just ain't for me. Yeah, it's been pretty quiet, hasn't it? Even before that, a lot of the people that were out there dropped off. I was out there earlier. Well, who was I talking to? Somebody on that channel. Wasn't it you? All right, on. I met a guy yesterday evening. Who the heck did I talk to? I talked to somebody down there. Who was working? Shit, I can't remember now, but Kevin was squawking, and then he finally gave up. It was kind of funny. He was like a monkey throwing poop around. Yeah, but my memory's about as long as it.
I heard your name getting called yesterday on the expo on this channel. Must have been home.
Yeah, I was. And then I had, today I tried to get on there and something, well, I had a coax fail, and it let the smoke out of my freaking JB200 driver. It stinks now. It just sounded like it was a half power or something. I don't know if I blew a tube or... But probably not. Probably some other electronics in there. Something smoked. That was really irritating. And so I pulled that, located the bad end, pulled that one out, grabbed another jumper, put it in there, and grabbed the 2-pill, one of my BBI 2-pills, put it on there, and it wanted to frickin' oscillate and stay keyed up. That was irritating. So, I kind of just gave up for the day with that. Went on and did something else. I know what I got to do. It's just I didn't feel like it anymore. Yes, sir. That poor old thing looks like 10 miles of bad road. Yeah, it's stalled out. I gotta get I gotta put new caps in it, and the caps aren't in it. I gotta make sure I put them in right. Oh yeah, my Meritron's messed up. It's wanting to bake my tube. It's got a problem with the bias circuit. It's too much. It's constant. So I'm pretty sure that's what's going on now. I gotta check the transistors in there, see if they're any good for that circuit, and see if my tube's how long they'll last. They started off real good. Get 1500, and then next thing I know, it's going 1300, and then stop. See what the hell's going on here? Sitting there not not being used for a while. You know, what's another set of Chinese tubes too, if I got it right? Another 572B. Yeah, that's what I think. I should have just probably got myself one of them kind of boxes. I can see myself with a pair. But I want like a, I don't think I want like a heat kit or nothing. I want something with a good, nice, big, fat transformers with lots of extra, you know, headroom. See, that's what I should have gotten was an LED if I was going to get that style, that instead of the 572, because that one tube does just as much as the other 4 other ones, I'm sure, or vice versa, and it can do it a lot longer. Probably handle AM a lot better. You're saying 350 overall? Yeah, or when I was running the Meritron, the 4572, I'd keep the carrier like at 100, maybe 200, get thick and heavy, but never more than that. And just let it swing from there. It was doing a little good, but well, that's the thing. I need bigger antenna, but I've got to move the location to do that now. Oh, it's a little closer to Moonraker. Yeah, except for the tips, you know. Moonraker with them little spikes on the end. It's probably not as efficient as having aluminum all the way out. Oh yeah? I tried that. Put a conventional back end on mine. I didn't like it. I found that the quad reflector was, for me anyway, my situation seemed to be superior.
The trick is you reconfigure the beam length and move the elements or change the spacing on the elements. You're using the same configuration as the normal for shooting star. It's ineffective.
I can attest to that. Yeah. Well, I'm not an engineer, so excuse me. I don't know where I'd put the elements. As it is, without the vertical elements, I had to change the length. All the lengths are the horizontal ones that come into tune because it was missing all that metal there, so. I often wonder about that, you know, what the guy can do. And why do they generally put the gammas on the bottom instead of on the top?
I don't know. I left them on the bottom because that's just how it was designed. I'm not sure. I never thought of them the other way.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard that reason. I don't know. I run my gamma on the flat side on the opposite side of the normally have it. And I thought, I've seen guys run the gamma on the vertical on the top. I don't know why you wouldn't. For any other reason. But anyways, it's just the way they come. But yeah, so you tilt it to one side a little bit, skew it, and that made a big difference.
Yeah, just a little bit, man. Get that lower element out of line with that mass pull. And yeah, it's really, really quick.
How long is your mass pull? The rotor right underneath that 10 feet? All right, on. I wonder if the guy used a non-metallic mast up there. First of all, would you get something strong enough? I wonder if it would work. Wouldn't see it.
Yeah, I thought about that. I actually considered doing something like that so I could do vertical on top. Nominal on top. I couldn't really find anything that was structurally strong enough to be able to do that for the amount of time.
Yeah. I haven't talked to anybody yet that put a vertical, ground plane or whatever on top of a beam and had a good experience with it. Everybody I talked to that did it, was like the performance and the directionality and stuff of their beam got messed with that antenna up there. I think. Right on. I was watching one of the old military radio videos on YouTube, and it was showing the waves. You have like you got the magnetic wave, and then you got the other one. But they're 90 degrees from each other, and I'm thinking, well, that one wave that doesn't have elements on it, maybe that's what's reaction with the vertical. Because I know when I took the verticals off my Moonraker and threw it out of whack, it wouldn't tune in. Just wouldn't do it. And I just set to factory, It wasn't even close.
That's interesting.
I had to change the length, overall length of the element, like the driven, and then I had to change the rest of them. But I left it basically the same. But it came in to tune in, but it's just like that metal's gone, and I think there's an effect that's missing. Of course, it was designed to have all that shit on it, and I didn't put it on there. It's my fault.
Hey, Carbon. Hey.
It would, but it wouldn't. Just because of the way that the waves, the polarization, you get the one. The RF signal on your horizontal, and then there's the check. 1, 2. 1, 2. The ground, all the other elements are kind of tied together. Tied to, you know what I mean? So it's got to be something going on.
I'll never work. You're drowned.
It took me a couple of years fucking around with this and trying to get it right. So I just played with it. I just did configuration. And then I ended up talking to Tom Charles, who was right there for a couple of hours. bunch of radiators. I'm just fucking it so good. And you can see probably my screen on it, all working.
Yeah. So, is there a ton of stock components, stock gamma?
I've got the 10 kilowatt batteries on it. So the direct battery, 2 or 259, actually 239, and then I've got the
Hello, Catbox. What's going down, Catbox?
Alright, so tell me the gamma. So it's a gamma match, but not without just directly from the cable onto it. Are the they sold a gamma that was smaller than the ones you have on there?
That sucker swing. Let it swing loud and proud up here. Let it swing loud, proud, up around the northwest corner. And let's see if this does any difference. Nope.
Yeah, or
Nope. Didn't make much difference there.
now the space
But we gotta turn some mic gain. There's some mic gain right there.
is it's not the same, is it? Like the other.
That didn't do much, nothing else.
Yeah, like the mounting, like how they mount up. I understand that when you change the diameter of your gamma, that you're not supposed. There's also a difference in the spacing from the element to the gamma, from one to the other.
Hey, Catbox, you got a copy up there? I guess Catbox can't hear War Daddy all the way down here.
That's
Catbox, where you at?
I know guys that have slapped on bigger gammas, but just had them like kind of the same spacing, you know. I'm like, I don't know if that's right.
Catbox. I guess Catbox got squirrels turned all the way up. We're up. Let's talk to me a little louder because I can't hear any guy figure out there. Hey, Catbox, I can't hear what's going on.
Yeah, who's hollering at me?
Yeah, it's War Daddy there, Catbox.
Oh, heck, I thought you were one of the Canadian friends there at first. Top of the evening there, War Daddy.
Yeah, War. I was like, man, this guy must have his squelch turned all the way up, or maybe he just can't hear me.
Well, I was ignoring you, but I didn't know you were calling me until just a moment ago. I was over here talking to Keith, and he's got a big hammer up here, so, you know, he's on top.
Yeah, 10-4. I was trying to wiggle my way in there. I haven't heard any bells out here, so you talking, so. Right, I turned on the radio, just got back home from a movie, so. Yeah.
Well, you had a good time at the show there. I'm pretty sure Blacktop's out there in the wings.
There's somebody else keying up there, but I can't tell who that is.
That was Grey Ghost. He sends his love.
Hey, let's call out the Grey Ghost. Hey, I'm wondering if Grey Ghost, I can hear him, I can barely hear him. I'm gonna turn on this 2000. I don't know if I can, maybe I should just try to plug it in somehow that way. I wonder if it's possible for me to do that. We'll see. I'll try it here in a minute.
working?
Yeah, it's working just fine.
No, good.
Yeah, I want to buy a couple of strong parts if I can find them, like the 95 portion, and be able to have a backup through that too. So, but yeah, I haven't really talked to that. I totally forgot about that. I was going to mount that one. It was going to be one of the other radios I was going to mount underneath my desk here.
Alright. Okay, I'll let you go in. Catch you later. And Grey Ghost, your audio was really bad. It was like kind of cutting out and real low last time you transmitted there towards War Daddy.
Yeah, his audio's got some major. It's because of where he's at, located, antenna, all that stuff.
I got you. You sound good that time around. He's wanting to know if you had any like swords, long swords, or cool knives that were made by somebody you're gonna sell.
He did? He wants to know?
Yeah, Grey Ghost was asking.
No, I don't got anything like that I'm selling.
You hear that, Grey Ghost? Or was this Blacktop?
Blacktop, is that you?
No, it's War Daddy and Grey Ghost and Catbox. They're 188.
What's going on, War Daddy? Where you at?
I'm out.
Oh, check. Hey, did you see that, did you check out that, Moonraker on, Marketplace?
What?
Did you check out that Moonraker on Marketplace and Craigslist?
Moonraker?
Yeah, Moonraker 4.
What, antenna? I have two of them.
Yeah, I just got one. I went over and picked it up.
Yeah, how much that cost you?
It was pretty reasonable.
Well, like what?
Pretty reasonable.
Okay, like what?
Text it to you.
Okay. I mean, I got one, half my flat side's busted, and I don't have a back door wire anymore, but whatever, you know. I can always make another, but I don't plan on putting up a Moonraker again, so. I went and helped 188 put up his antenna, and that turned out great, so.
Oh, you went and helped 521, not 188.
No, I'm going to help 521 put up his new Joe Gun Hillbilly Joe Gun antenna. Yeah, help him put that one up, and oh yeah, and you can't beat that for that price. But was it NOS? Was it brand new in a box?
No, it was up. It was up in the air. He took it down. Yeah, I heard him on that antenna earlier today. It sounded pretty good.
Yeah, no, that's kind of interesting antenna. But I have the same rotor controller, motor, all that stuff. I thought maybe I should just buy one of those, put one of those up. I got one of those penetrators, high gain penetrator antennas over here. I don't know what to do with Omni. I guess they're really good Omnis, or equivalent to like the V5000s or whatever. But some people say they're better than that because I don't know what they're rated at. If it's like 5,000 watts or what.
Was that what is that? A 21 footer or a 23 footer?
I don't know. I never put it together. I got the instructions. They're out in the shop too. So, but yeah.
Check. Hey, Keel was selling one of those Moonraker 4s. I saw it on Marketplace. He was selling one not too long ago. I don't know if he sold it or not.
I don't need a Moonraker. I basically got all the pieces to build a Moonraker, minus part of the flat side. that's broken on one side. But if I'm gonna do that, I'm just gonna all I'm gonna build is a 4-element flat side. That's all I would build if I was gonna build anything.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to put up a 4-element, but I'm not going to go flat side. I'm going vertical. But, all right, yeah, Jim, I thought I'd wave a hand at you, and hopefully you had a good night there, and I'm just getting ready to turn all my shit off here. That's why I came up here.
We'll go here.
Yeah, I did a bunch of estate selling today, so that's where I was out doing. I was doing a bunch of fucking estate sales, and picked up a DX979. Picked up some other shit too, so yeah.
Right on. Yeah, shit, you can't beat that. Were you in Seattle or here?
Federal Way, Auburn, Kent, Des Moines, here, Tacoma too, so.
I've been trying to slowly get rid of junk that I got, man. It's just, I got rid of quite a bit, but I still need to get rid of half more of my shit so I don't have to go buy a shed. You know, a 10 by 12 shed, you know, but I'm trying not to be, you know, save so much shit.
Well, like what type of stuff?
Just all kinds of different items. I got rid of a quad here not too long ago, got it out of there. I got another quad in there, but I think I'm going to keep that one, and then, what else? Oh, like a hose reel. I got a hose reel in there. What else? I got just massive shit. I got older windows, you know, for a shed. I got 3 of those in there. I got a workout thing, you know, with the, you know, push-up things, car stuff, a bunch of car shit in there. And then I got a bunch of building materials in there. Like, you know, those, when they build those offices, they put those metal things in the corner. I got some of that. I got strips of aluminum, diamond plate aluminum. Let me see. Yeah, just all kinds of car parts. I got Honda, 2001 Honda parts in there, and buckets and stuff that I saved. And then headlights and shit for. I got all kinds of car parts, Toyota, Fords, you name it, Chevys in there.
Yeah, sounds like a lot of excess stuff. Like, I don't know. If I'm gonna be frank, like I got stuff in my shop, I got my tools and that, but comes like excess collecting stuff. Like it's mostly just radio gear shit, antenna stuff. You know, like gun shit. Oh, I got tons of excess gun shit I need to get rid of too. I got you know, those huge ass fucking, I don't know, big ass tubs and yellow lids. They got like 3 of those full of holsters, gun holsters. I gotta get rid of. I have no use for all these holsters. I don't want to hold on to them anymore.
Yeah, I only got one for my 44, and that's it. And then I've got some real nice for my rifles. You know what they call those long deals. I got, and then I've got another one that you put, you know, your rifle in it and you close it. It's got the foam in it. Yeah, I don't got a lot of that kind of stuff. Just miscellaneous bullshit that I have, that I've gotten throughout the years. This shit. Yeah, I got a lot of nuts and bolts over here, so I don't have to ever buy any. You know, I mean, sometimes you do it because you end up having all these nuts and bolts, and then you need a certain size, you know. But other than that, yeah, shit like that. Some antennas in there and stuff. All those microphones and the dual whip antennas. I've got some of those in there too. I got a whole just fishing poles, fishing tackle. I've got some of that, the forklift deal for my tractor, and they're just miscellaneous bullshit.
Yeah, I try not to keep that much excessive shit like that. You got property, you know, you got tons of property, so out there to put stuff in buildings, out buildings and shit like that, I don't. So I got a basement and I got a shop that's only, you know,
That's good size. Yeah. I even took my damn hoist out of there too, so I could have some more room in the garage. Put that in I took a bed off a truck, put it in the corner, and put a canopy on it, and I store that shit in there, and some metal stuff in there, you know, in one corner of the property where you can't really see it. But yeah, I'm thinking of some ideas on how to store shit that without moving in a big 10 by 15 fucking shed or something.
Why don't you just go get a Connex drop, pay $2,000 for a used container box. You can get a fucking 40-foot or 20-footer or some shit, 20 or 40-footer, maybe it's 30 or 40-footer. You can get one for like $2,000. Just drop it on the property. They'll deliver it, you know, set it out there.
I thought about getting one of those too. I gotta put a couple of trees where I want it. It's over where I got these trees that I want to probably pull out of there, and then I have to do it in the middle of summer because the ground's really hard. Then if I don't, then the ground's too soft. You know, from it just raining. You know.
That's why what I would do is I would just lay out, you know, have a company with crushed rock. Have crushed rock and bring the crushed rock out there, dump it, level it, and then put the container on it. That's what most people I know that buy those. If I was able to do that here, that's what I would do, and I put it right next to the fucking garage, so I have a secondary space. The problem is, if you're in like, you know, nicer residential areas, you can't do that. Neighbors will bitch and complain, so you're blocking views or sights or whatever, you know, shit like that. I don't need that shit.
The neighbors already got 2 of those containers over there. But yeah, I'm going to get one in here and park it over by hers. But it's not the rock area. I got to go all the way across the yard to get it to where I want it, because I don't want it seen. You know, once I get one over here, I'll have a tree painted on it, or you know, a background painted on it where it won't look like it's out of the ordinary.
Oh, why, man? You can camouflage a motherfucker if you want to, you know, you can do that. I mean, you're gonna put heavy-duty bolt or heavy-duty locks on the motherfucker. I get those big-ass steel round ones, big ones. That's what I would stick on that son of a bitch, so nobody can break into that fucker.
I'm not worried about somebody breaking into it. I just don't want it to look oddly, you know, over here. You know, I just want it to look like the background, you know, of the trees and stuff like that. I'm not worried about anybody breaking into it. Shit, if I hear anybody out here, I just let the dogs out, man, and they take care of it.
What's that road? Is there a road that's like right connected to your property on the back side of your property? Is that like it's like a 45-degree angle road? Do you know what I'm talking about? Are you close to that?
Oh, no, that one, I can hear cars down there because they race down there all the time, but no, you're talking about Aqueduct. No, that's not close. There is no road back here. There's only one way in and one way out, and that's that road that you were on.
Behind you, just trees or what?
More property that's locked in. I've got 20 acres on one side over here, and then I've got a fenced-in area behind me. Remember where I told you where you got that gas mask? That's at that garage sale. That's directly behind me.
Oh, really? Are you on 20 acres over there?
No, I'm not on 20 acres. I'm on 2, but the neighbors, my neighbors down from right next to me, the back of their house is on 20 acres back there, somewhere around there, maybe 15, somewhere in there.
That's a pretty good piece of property. Anyway, I'm going to go have a smoke. I'll be back. I'll be sandbagging.
I'm going to get out of here. Have a good one there, War Daddy. We're clear.
Hey, I'm interested in your car seats.
Car seats?
So you had a couple of, or had a Honda seat there, seats out of a Honda car?
Yeah, 818.
I've got a lot of, what year Honda, the one I got parts for is like a 93.
91.
Got a 91. I got 91 Prelude parts, but I don't have no seats. I sold all the seats out of that car, but I've got a fan system, you know, the electric fan system for that 91. I think it fits like 91 to 94. You'd have to look it up. But I've got fan systems, and then I've got a bunch of electronic parts for that car.
Well, I didn't think there was that many electronic parts. Like a brain box or something?
For a truck or a car?
The car, Honda.
For a Honda? I'd have to look. Most of the parts are like I got the back fender for a 93, the foam part, and then I've got the back fender for a 91, and the bumper, you know, the foam and the bumper for a 91, or excuse me, 99. And then just a bunch of the when I took them in to get them scrapped, I would just strip them down to nothing. Anything I thought was worth something, I just put it in a coffee container, or I got it in a box in a chicken coop.
I hear you. I've done similar things. Okay, I thought I heard you say you had a pair of seats out of a Honda, and I got a 91. Well, it's not mine. My girlfriend's CRX, and the driver's seat shot, and I'm looking for a couple of seats to put in there, you know, nice ones that'll fit.
Good luck finding a CRX Honda seat, man. Those things are really hard to find now. I would go with some aftermarket, a different model, like a Toyota, maybe a Toyota or something.
Ricaros.
Yeah, like Del Sol seats fit in there if you can get a pair of those that are any good. I have seen them before, but I didn't grab them, unfortunately. Couldn't have time, but yeah, that's an old car, man. It's just that driver's seat's just fucking. It needs a new one.
Let's get a new. Go get some Ricaros. You know, that's what a lot of people do. But you can find them in there still. I had some girl call me up from Chehalis. She came down. No, where was she? She was down further than that. Her and her brother came down here and bought she bought the seats from me. She bought the doors from me. She actually bought a bunch of shit off me.
It worked out. All right. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be a Honda. It doesn't even have to be the right year. Just seats. I don't want to lay out a bunch of money for a car. Really. She'd probably moan about getting in and out of them.
I've got some seats over here, but they're on a God, what kind of car is that? It's an oddball car. God, what is that car? It's hang on, let me think. It's a Mitsubishi. What is that? That little Mitsubishi car?
Like a Lancer?
Yeah, I got a Lancer over here. God, I can't even remember what year it is, but it's complete. It needs a wash on the outside. It's straight, but yeah, it's a four-door. I don't know if those seats would fit in there.
Oh, like a Mitsubishi. Oh, it might be a Lancer. I'll get something else, but a Mitsubishi passenger car, huh? No, I don't have any use for that.
I was thinking the seats would probably fit in a Honda. Yeah, it's a Lancer. I got a four-door Lancer. You know, they fix those things up. They started making little hot rods out of them, you know, kind of like that Subaru stuff. So, yeah, this one here is just a plain Jane.
Right. You know what you're talking about now. I'd like to get my hands on the Mitsubishi, I had a girlfriend that had one, and I just love the car. The little two-door, fucking little sporty little round body deal. Early 2000s, I think. Shit.
This thing is like the ones that they fix up. And, you know, they had the same body style for a good 5 years, I think, on this one. But that's the only little car I got over here now. I used to buy cars at the auction all the time. I think I went through 125 cars here. And I haven't bought any at the auction. I have bought some, but from private owners. I got a I got a Ford pickup over here now. Ford Ranger, a little one, a 99, I think it's 92. And that Lancer, and I got a couple other cars, but they're pretty much parted out.
Yeah, Roger. Right on. Right on. I got an old Toyota truck, 91. It's kind of funny, her Honda's 91 as well. Her little CRX, the HF model, you know, the high fuel mileage one. So it's got just a little bitty motor in there, and you know, just it doesn't have all the fancy floor mats and shit.
I got a hard time hearing you. Your modulation's way low. But yeah, I went through a lot. I just got rid of a Toyota Corolla. Some guy in Seattle bought the whole thing and drove it home. It got rear-ended on 512. But he just wanted the motor and the running gear and shit like that. But alright, I better get out of here. I think I shot my 5 minutes, and I'm getting ready to go let the dogs out and head to bed.
Alright. Well, you have a good evening there. Appreciate it. Maybe we'll catch you next time around. I'm up here in the mountain.
Have a good one.
That'd be me, Catbox Mobile up on this hill. Right at the tippy top of it, man, out here on the old Olympic Peninsula. Hey, Roger, Mr. Grey Ghost. Appreciate the check. You're making the trip over here as well, man. I'm looking right across at Renton right now. Tavor, all right. Shake him up. Just in case I didn't get it the first time. I gotta walk the dog. I'm sure he's ready to stretch his legs. I am too. I've been sitting here on my brains for long enough. Roger. J100, another 2. I'm outdoors.
Cowboy riding, or I'll put you balls ain't swinging, you ain't swinging. Get those nuts flopping as you brush them deep. Slap 'em on my ass like a cowboy riding. Or I'll boot you sorry out to the street.
Oh, yeah.
Alrighty then. I knew that was gonna happen.
Democrats can't get their way right now because they got crushed in an election. So instead of letting the majority of the American people get what they asked for, which is exactly what President Trump is delivering on, it's reaching halt. Meanwhile, fireworks on Capitol Hill, Senator Ted Cruz torching Democrats on the Judiciary Committee, accusing them of ignoring the real results of President Trump's crime crackdown in D.C.
You should be cheering a 57% decrease in crime, robbery, a 58% decrease in homicide. There are people in D.C. alive because the guard is there, and not a single Democrat is saying that's good. Not a single Democrat is saying we're glad those people are alive. Instead, they're saying take them off the street and let the murderers run free.
Well, okay then. I was gone, but I'm back now.
Yeah, where the hell you been? We're about ready to call 911 on you.
I've been elsewhere.
Well, hope it wasn't jail.
No, I didn't push him that far. So, no potato head, huh?
Not for the last 4 days, 5 days, something like that. figure he'll probably pop back out here again doing something maybe a little different. We'll see. In any case, he's due for a treatment. Froggy's on my list now.
Well, I know you don't hear him, but Gray Ghost is on my list. Way more than Froggy. Froggy ain't been out here.
He was earlier.
And when he is out here, he's only like 1 or 2 pounds now. For some reason, he ain't been running his shit.
He was sitting here pretty good earlier. We wiped the den of coyotes the other day. 5 pups that won't be giving us any trouble. Really, really weird that they have a litter of pups this late in the season, which means that they're eating really good. I suspect that somebody's been feeding them.
Probably some fucking liberal Democrat that doesn't know what happens when you feed a fucking wild animal like that.
They breed and multiply really rather quickly. Yeah, they tore apart neighbor's cat here the other day. That was grotesque. Anyway, couldn't do anything. Didn't have my weapon upon my person at that time because I'd just come from a courthouse.
What? They don't let you carry AKs into the courthouse anymore? Damn it.
Let you carry anything bigger than a freaking Big Pen. If you happen to be carrying a metal pen on you, they really look it over.
Well, yeah, you know, they got them 22 caliber pens. Pretty nasty little fuckers, too.
Yeah, CIA had a little thing there that could shoot a little tiny organic needle full of shellfish toxin. Nasty shit. Little tiny thing.
No, the Indians used to soak their put their darts in the fucking poisonous frogs. Yeah. I heard that the blue frogs are pretty potent.
The bright orange ones are the ones that are really nasty. The bright orange and yellow.
Really? I don't know. I was told the blue ones, but I don't know.
Yeah, the bright orange and yellow ones. A dog gets a hold of them. That dog's dead within an hour.
It's amazing that they have that much, what do you call it, venom or whatever, just off sticking a needle on them and then shooting somebody with it will kill them.
little half-inch piece of porcupine quill with just a little tiny fluff of cotton behind it. Push that through a barrel about the size of a ink pen refill. And, yeah, nasty shit, man. You can't get them out. You can't just grab it and pull it out. It really rips shit apart when you try to do that.
Yeah, don't they have barbs on them?
Yep. When we were kids, we made little blowguns and used porcupine quills in our blowguns for killing mice. Out to a distance of about 10 feet. That was about max for those. 1/4-inch aluminum pipe tubing.
Yeah, we used to take, our air guns down at the machine shop. I had one that was shaped like a gun. Modified it and put a piece of about a 20-inch piece of brass tubing on it. It was right at about the size of a popcorn kernel. 220 pounds of air with that thing and a popcorn kernel. You know how much damage that would do? It's catastrophic.
Oh, yeah. I have a little tool. It's a denailer. Okay. When you got a board that's got a bunch of nails through it, you grab the board and turn it pointed side up. And this little gun is, it's like an air nailer, except it doesn't have a cartridge or anything. It's just got a tube with a little piston in it. And you stick that little tube over the top of your nail, and even if it's bent a little bit, you just straighten it right up and pull the trigger. And in a 1-inch, up to about a 1-inch board, it'll kick the friggin' nail all the way out of the board, out the other side, with some velocity. I took 5 of the shotgun shell type flechettes. I bought a whole. I bought 10,000 flechettes here a while back. Anyway, for reloading. 5 of them fit down that little tube, and they come out of there with enough velocity to stick at a tree 50 feet away. That's just cooler than shit. I love it. Wish I'd had one of them when I was a kid. You got no idea how many nails I pounded out of boards and then straightened the nails because the old man didn't want to spend any money on them. Yeah, it kept us busy as kids. That cutting pallet boards into firewood. He didn't want any of those nails in that doggone furnace, so we had to knock all the nails out of the boards.
I never worried about the nails when I was burning, but, you just take a big magnet in there and pull them all out after it burns.
Yeah, I kind of couldn't really do that very efficiently in this big old, it was a modified coal furnace, and the grate in the bottom of it would, if you got a bunch of nails in there, it was a royal pain in the ass to get them all out of there. Yeah, because it had the coal shaker.
Right.
Yeah, so we had to knock all the nails out, pull all the nails out of the boards. And the ones that were in reasonably good shape there, we reused and put things together with. I mean, lots of shit around that place was put together with used nails. Okay, that didn't sound good. That sounded a whole lot like a rollover on Military Road. We'll see if the sirens start here in a little bit.
Yeah. Got a little bit of wet weather out there, don't we?
Just a little. It hasn't been bad, really. It just got a little drizzly earlier, and it's been damp. Hey, Blacktop, you hear any noise over in your neighborhood? Because that's about where it came from. Must be movie night or something. Somebody's tuning up.
What?
Whoever it is up on 19.
Oh.
Yeah, I got one of those little $45 freaking welders, a little tiny thing that's smaller than a lunchbox. And I was kind of curious today. I got that barn frame out there that I put together using pallet racking. And for the most part, it's bolted together, but it has a little wobble to it because there's no cross bracing. So I went out there and grabbed some of my steel 2x4s. 45 angle cut them, and went off there and welded them into place with that little freaking welder out on the end of 150 feet of 12 gauge power cord, and it worked. That thing's awesome. Little tiny inverter freaking welder. It doesn't even weigh. It doesn't even weigh 3 pounds.
This new welding and plasma, TIG and MIG technology that's out there, shit, they've made them so small and actually work pretty damn good. They make handheld shit now that's, you know, like a DeWalt screw gun. It welds as good as the big machines did.
Yeah, they'll go up to, it's not real thick material. You know, you're not going to go weld, inch thick shit with it. But yeah, you can weld stuff up to around, quarter, 3/8, something like that.
You know, just as good as the old Wellpack 100s, which were, 80 pounds, and they were, what were they? Probably 12 inches by 18 inches by 20 inches, Now that same welder is down there where it's like, 6 by 6 by 6,
Yeah, and you can get it with high frequency output too, for doing MIG and TIG. Anyway, I have literally a couple 100 pounds of welding rod. What the hell is the name of the outfit? Well, Kentox was going out of business. I bought them out at the tail end of things. I bought all their welding rod and a whole lot of brazing rod and aluminum wire because I was doing stuff like that. And then when that air gas outfit over shit, I can't remember what the name of the outfit was. They were moving, and they didn't want to take all that shit with them. And they had cans and cans and cans of freaking welding rod. And I bought the whole fucking works. I tend to do that when it's a deal like that. Basically, it was $5 a can, and it's not the 10-pound can, the 25-pound cans.
Yeah. I don't know, over all the years of fucking day in, day out welding that I've done, I just kind of wish I would have never done it now. Caused a lot of health problems with me, you know?
Oh, yeah, I don't screw around. I've got a fresh air mask. You know, most of the time I'm outdoors anyway, and you know, tonight when I was doing it, I had a pretty good little breeze going through there, so I didn't need to wear the fresh air mask. But my arms, you could tell I've welded. Yeah, the scars are really starting to show these days.
Many thousands of pounds of rod, and God knows how many fucking pounds of spools of fucking wire I've ran. Holy shit. Shit, just towards the end when I was welding for Roger up there, I was going through 10-pound spools probably one every 3 days.
Yeah, I sold a bunch of my rod up there, that's a damn much welding rod. Anyway, they got some. The guys down at the bottom of the hill down there got some. In West Valley and Jovita. Those guys, they do a whole lot of steam cleaning and other shit like that, but they also do some welding. So they bought 200 pounds.
Yeah, when I was doing that for Roger, them tongues on them fucking boxes, you had to run 70-18 because of the tensile strength for them hooks.
Oh, yeah.
And a normal box wasn't done that way because they were never hauling that type of weight, but, you know. New Fire Roger, that motherfucker loaded them boxes. Well, he didn't. People that he put the boxes at did.
Oh, he sold over his handler.
You know, when I went up there and got that 30-yarder from the school district that was loaded with fucking brake drums, we made it back. I was driving, scared the shit out of Roger. We were coming down the hill out of Bonnie Lake. We had no brakes. About halfway down, it was gone. We were in for the ride. If anybody would have pulled out in front of us, we'd have killed them. We got back to the house. We unloaded that half of the box. Mind you, half of it. And then went down and crossed the scale at over 56,000 pounds.
Jeez.
Which we were overweight for his truck at that time anyway, but that thing was over 120, 130,000 pounds when we left up there in Bonnie Lake.
Yeah, that old Mercedes 2-ton that I had, I pulled into the cardboard scale down there at Sunoco with a bunch of paper on the back that was stacked up 2 feet above my sideboards, which were 8-foot sideboards. Anyway, I just cleared that bridge going down by the old cannery there. Anyway, just cleared that bridge going down there.
Yeah, I had 8 tons on my 2-ton truck.
Needless to say, Roger told those guys he took them a 20-yarder and told them, when this thing gets half to 3/4 of the way, call me. We ain't ever doing that again. Scared him. I wasn't really that scared. You know, there's no way we could have stopped that truck at all. But, you know, there was nothing in front of us. So it was like, okay, we're in for the ride. Just got to steer it where it needs to go.
That bucket truck would have been more appropriate for that. Just leave a couple of buckets up there.
That Hustler truck, I think, did he have the new one at that time? No, he didn't have the, yeah, he did. It wasn't running right, though. He had the diesel, International diesel Hustler truck, but for some reason we weren't running that. We were running the old Ford, and that thing didn't have enough power.
Oh, yeah, well, that thing was tired. Yeah, that little bucket truck, that's the way to do the heavy loads, because you could load it solid and it wouldn't overload the truck.
Well, the diesel one, no, but that little gas Ford, yeah, it would. We've definitely hauled that overloaded.
Yeah, that was the one thing I really liked about that Mercedes that I had there, man. That thing was just, you know, it's built like an International, actually better than an International. That's the truck that you always saw all the Arabs hanging off of, with an entire load that, you know, was like 12 feet over the over the cab, and 20 Arabs hanging on it.
Oh, yeah. The thing that Roger had that always amazed me, that always kept running, was that old fucking Dodge fucking crane truck. You know? That fucking thing. I don't know.
Yeah, that finally went away. It got to be too much of a hazard.
Well, with the right people running it, it wasn't that bad, but, you know, he had fucking Vince or one of the other guys running it, and you're looking at getting somebody hurt. Old Al could run it pretty good and be safe.
Yep, yeah, I was there quite a few times when we were unloading the airport box with that thing. Had to get all the big shit out from on top of all the little shit so that you could sort it out.
Oh, yeah. I was involved many times in doing that. Yeah. I didn't run that crane truck that much. I was usually in the box when Al was running it. Al would, you know, I'd trust Al. I wouldn't trust anybody else.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of that Boeing stuff, that 1.5 and 2-inch square tube stock that they made their guardrails and steps and other shit with. I got quite a bit of that.
Yeah, those boxes that had usually come out of the tunnel down there.
And I got a whole bunch of squad car shit. I've got like 25 or 30 of the doggone shotgun mounts with keys. A whole bunch of them.
Those probably, I don't know, those didn't come from the airport. Those come from the Port of Tacoma box, didn't they?
I got, I think there's at least one in there for an AR. Oh, I'm using them. Yeah, they're already have a place that they're going to get used. That's a pretty good sized gun safe. Yeah, no, I'm not using them in a vehicle. We're using them in a gun safe, actually. So everything's, not only is it locked in a safe, but it's also locked in a holder. Yeah, well, you can't carry one in there legally, except maybe in your trunk. The state gets you on that. They have that wonderful little thing called carrying a weapon to the terror of the public, and they'll stick you with it. And I know that's true because that's what happened to Slim up there in Renton. Yeah, I was in the center console, and somebody looked in it and freaked out. Yeah, it's like you wouldn't want to walk into a grocery store or a coffee shop or something like that, packing your AR. You know, even though it's an open carry state, you don't want to be doing that because there again, they'll get you with that particular law, carrying a weapon to the terror of the public. Yeah, I know. I carry a pistol too once in a while, but you know, it's a little different when you walk in with an AR or something like that. You know, with a long gun or something that has a massive capacity. Of course, you're not supposed to have those anymore in this state anyway, right? No more 30-round magazines. Yeah, that's why I have two of my boys down in Texas, and every once in a while, one or the other of them will take a little wander up here, and then we have to deal with a whole bunch of magazines to disperse. Carrying a weapon to the terror of the public. That could be out of date, but yeah, because it's been 40 years. It's been 40 years since my friend got busted that way. couldn't understand most of that. It's raspy, nasty. Raspy, nasty. It really is. I don't know. I don't have any way to record it right now to play it back for you, but it's pretty bad. It's just got tighter is all. It's got a chirpy thing that's happening with your voice. It's like it wants to break into oscillation, but it can't. Like you're running up against an AGC or something.
I don't know how you understood anything that he's been saying the whole time.
It sounds like you're gargling rocks.
I could be real mean, but I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
Okay, that smooths it out a little bit. Oh, yeah, I suppose that could be. Anyway, yeah. Oh, yeah. Anyway, I gotta do something here. I'll be back in a bit. Yeah, I think everybody should carry. Every homeowner should have at least one weapon. Actually, most don't. The vast majority of people in the inner city don't carry, don't have anything, don't nothing in their home, nothing in their under person. The actual gun carrying people are only about maybe 10 or 15% of the general population. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. That's a whole bunch better.
Yep. Anyway, I gotta go take a little bit of a walk here. I'm watching a pair of eyes on my one monitor. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go kill me a coyote. I'll be back. They're pretty raggedy looking right now because they're shedding. They're losing their summer coat and growing in their winter coat, and they're nasty. We've already killed a bunch of them. Yeah, and destroyed a den of 5 puppies, and that's really fucking weird because it's the wrong time of the year. They got to be eating really, really good for that to happen. So I think somebody around here is feeding them. Yeah, somebody's feeding them. Somebody up here, and it's around the lake here somewhere. That's a possibility. Yeah, people feed the dog outdoors. Yeah, because there's at least 15 adult coyotes still up in this part of the area between these 3 lakes, and there's not that many rabbits, cats, and small dogs around here that are disappearing. There's not enough to feed them like that, so somebody has to be feeding them somewhere, or they have found a ready food source. Yeah, something raiding somebody's garbage. Yeah, I can see that 7-Eleven throws food out every night. Yeah, your audio just about completely disappeared. No. No, you just put a whole bunch of in there where it smears your words. Yeah, it's weird. That wasn't bad, that key up. I'm out here, Speed. Anyway, I'll be back. I'll be watching this, but I'm not sure what it's looking at. It's looking at something. And holding real still. I'll be back. No, I didn't hear you there. You double with high cider. back off, you hear? If he was, he probably would have keyed up and talked to Highsider for a minute or two, but I haven't heard him. Come with a fuse, inline fuse. Exactly. Well, you know, if it doesn't come with a fuse, you can pick a fuse up at the auto parts store. You definitely want a fuse up there by the battery. Up there somewhere around that battery. And if that wire rubs through or gets shorted out anywhere inside the car, that whole wire turns into a yeah, it'll turn red hot and start wires everywhere. And don't ask me how I know this. Yep. Now you know why I say you gotta have a fuse up by the battery for that. Just for that reason. I mean, if you're running 12 or 14 gauge wires, not that big a deal. It usually burns off before it does any damage. But when you get up anything that's, you know, 10, 8 gauge or more, you're looking for trouble. told you to go down to the Union Hall, because the Union Hall can go in and look a lot further than them monkeys up there even can follow. That's why you should want to. And at that point, you should be able to use, you know, with the state should go after them, let alone your union. But at this point, with the fucking demo rats and what they've done, and the government shut down right now, you're kind of fucked. Your best bet is to stick with the union at this point. At least until they reopen until we fire all the fucking Democrats and get real fucking people in there to run this country. But
That thing sounds terrible. Well, I didn't drop it on the spot, but it didn't get very far. I'll find it tomorrow. Pretty sure I hit it in the neck. It looks like somebody sprayed the area with a... well, if you've ever cleaned the tip on an airless by turning it, you know, you turn the tip around backwards and give it a squirt. It didn't get far. Coyote, they went after it. It sounds like it's square waving the AGC. It's really working it. It's a warble almost. Anyway, pretty nasty. I've got to go in and dry out. It's pretty wet out there right now, and I wasn't really dressed for that occasion. Canvas shoes, and I'm soaked through, and it's colder than fuck out here. I gotta get my heater going. Check your jumper. Just for shits and grins.
I turned it down.
Yeah, it sounds like you're talking through a bubbler or something. Yeah, weird. Anyway, I gotta get dried out. Will you catch me later?
Yeah, definitely. We'll fix it. Yeah, for sure. That's gonna work for you, for them going that with but you're fuck. Your union should, you guys knock it up. Your union down there should go to bat for you 100%. And at least hold it off for a month or so while these fucking stupid fucking Republicans or fucking Democrats, the fucking government. Well, yeah, dude, they agreed for the same exact thing that they put through. They agreed to, yeah. They figured they could add all this extra shit into it and da-da-da-da-da. They always think that. You know, you look at why Freon isn't allowed in the state of Washington. Why can't you buy Freon at the auto parts store anymore? Why? Because the motherfucking Democrats snuck that in with another bill and got Freon outlawed out of the state of Washington. Nobody knew about it until after it happened. These fucking rats are dirty motherfuckers. But, you know, now they're learning. And I hope Trump fucking just goes to jail. What the fucking wrong with these rats?
Can't understand a word.
Test 1, 2, test 1. One, two, three. That sounds terrible. Squealing. Oh, that cleaned my audio up. Audio 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 3, 2, 1. There's a big difference. I think it's cleaner without the driver. Boy, that's quiet. What happened to the modulation level?
252.
252, 321. Whoever transmitting right there. Can't understand a word of it. You're just... I heard you say modulation, and that's about it. So rough. Back up.
Yeah.
Your echo's on.
What now?
That's blacktop? That's terrible. Must be drunk or something, huh? Wow. Wow, that don't sound good at all. No. That's not even that good right there. You gotta put some headphones on and listen to yourself on the gate, man. Ugh. Yeah, don't know what's going on there, but definitely something alright. I know you're talking, but I can't make a word of it out. Something's alright. Yeah, unplug your microphone and plug another one in. Can't understand a word.
again one more time? I almost got you.
I said sorry there. Said it wasn't working too well.
No.
I guess I got to okay with my other amp. Is that better?
Well, I hear you on the gate. Maybe I'll turn my strokes down and see how you're doing on the radio here.
Yeah, you should be hearing me. No problem out here. But
No problem.
yeah, I don't know. My Cobra 2000, it was talking just fine earlier, and all I did was turn down the AM carrier, and then the D104 just started sounding like shit. So I swapped it out for another one. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And it's talking just fine. All that other stuff, and now it's just not fucking working right.
That's for sure. Terrible. You sound fine now. Most radios I've grown across, man, you turn them down past a certain point, they just sound like shit no matter what.
No, I mean, I'm on a different radio now. But what do you mean turn down past? What are you talking about?
A lot of radios, you can get the carrier down to real super low. You know, like under a watt and stuff. A lot of radios, man, the audio goes to shit no matter what you do.
Well, maybe that's what it was. Hold on, double check now. Because, yeah, it's, if I turn back up, maybe. Double check that. Let me see here.
Yeah, you might not be throwing enough carrier to make it work.
That's right. It doesn't sound as good as the radio you were just on, but it sounds a little better.
Yes, I can hear you.
Shitty.
It's not bad. Talk a little more.
Still sounds horrible.
No, it don't. It sounds better than it was.
Are you sure?
Fuck yeah, I'm sure. I was listening to that shit.
Hold on.
Better than it was, but not near as good as the other radio.
No, it's not as good as the Striker. It's a Cobra 2000. No, man, it sounds way better. Did you turn it back up?
Yeah, we turned it back up, so it's sounding better.
You just had it too far down.
Oh shit, man! I wanted to have it lowered. I guess I can't turn it that far down. Like not even that far. Like it really sucks anytime I touch the pod.
Oh God!
I turned it just a little bit more down.
No!
A little swing. But I'm at a point where I'm just like, because I want to have a little bit of swing.
Oh, have mercy!
Drive it into a two-toe into my bigger box, you know what I'm saying? So I don't want to, if I turn it down, I guess, too low, it won't, you can't even hear it, I guess.
Yeah, just find a happy medium.
Yeah, switch radios. It sounds better than it did, but it's still not good enough.
You can still hear any cat box?
Yeah, but man, you're raspy as all hell.
Raspy.
Raspy. Raspy and gravelly.
Yeah, I always sound raspy and gravelly.
You sound a hell. You sound multitudes better on the other radio compared to this one. Not even a comparison. It's like day and night.
Side.
I mean, it is a little rough.
Oh.
Hold on.
awful. It's awful. It's hard to hear. It's hard to listen to you. It's hard to. I have to concentrate real hard on what you're saying to get the words. You know, you're just. Before I'm sick, man, you're just making a bunch of noise.
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut, but yeah. Okay, Wayman, 45 kilo.
I don't know, I just threw that out there, man.
I don't think anybody cut the mod. No, I think it's just the carrier. Unless they went in there and cut that the R118 modulator, or fucking not modulator, the goddamn R floater.
Hey, MDH, how do you cut the mod limiter on a 2000?
Guaranteed that ain't the problem. I mean, I really don't want to cut it. Yeah, I don't want to cut it. That's the main thing. I don't really want to cut it, though.
He's going to explain. No, I ain't saying to cut it. I'm just saying you can check to see if it was cut.
I ain't doing it on the air. Yeah, I got the form right here. I'm just reading up on it all fucking night. But I'm about to let this fucker rest. But that sounds good now. It's not overdriving. It doesn't sound like it's overdriving my box. So, it doesn't sound like it's really overdriving it. I gotta turn
Sounds like crap, man. To be honest with you.
It's making mod, or carrier, basically.
Your other radio blows this one out of the fucking water.
Yeah, it's a little rough. It's just not good, clean modulation.
No, it's fatiguing.
This one's a striker. Right here's a striker. So, compared to a 2000, but I just picked up this 2000, so. And I just wanted their base station to add to the collection. But, yeah, I mean, I'll get a fucking 655 and a 955 here built by Bullet Bob soon enough, so.
Yeah, just put that one on the shelf and admire it.
Well, that's where it's at. It's right here on the shelf. But, I mean, I'll use it from time to time. So, I was talking to Skip on it the other day. But, I mean, I like my Striker too. I like my Galaxies. Like them all. Just, depends on what I want to use for the day.
Have you tried a different mic on the 2000?
Yeah, I've tried 2 different D104s and a Turner Plus 3, and that's what I was just doing all there, trying to figure out what the fuck was going on, and a united mic as well. So it's because the AM carrier was not turned up enough. It has to be probably at 3 watts. So 3 watts into my fucking 2-pill, Palomar 2-pill, into my bigger box, and then out. Gets it swinging right around 900 watts, PP about 1400 PP. I was just listening, trying to hear the fucking thing between everybody else talking too, and then I just couldn't hear myself, trying to figure it out.
Oh, you didn't have enough time?
No, fucking goddamn delay, dude.
I don't know. I just so hard in my ears. But I feel you, man. You want to make it better, but I got to give it a rest tonight.
No, I mean I can go up on another channel or Blacktop's I think another channel's about 23 or 24, so I can go there too. But yeah, I mean the majority of the radios I talk on are mostly Strikers, so but I'll pull down these older ones, just bullshit on them sometimes, just for shits and giggles with all my low drive equipment, 'cause it's already hooked up in line. But you know, if I'm gonna decide to get a bigger box, a bigger high drive box or something, you know, do that.
Oh, yeah, I feel you, man. Maybe in the middle of the night you can use the gate to your advantage, put some headphones on and and play with it that way. Compared to this radio, though, I'll tell you what, man, it'd be personal favor with, okay, when we talk that you use this radio here, that'd be awesome. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, wow, that other one is just so rough, man.
Well, yeah, I mean, I could hop on a, I mean, here, there's another one I got here, let's see. If I go turn on this guy, key on over on this other side, watch this. Okay, how's that sound? How's that sound right there, Catbox?
Well, when you said how's it sound right there, that's pretty loud and punchy. The first part that whatever you played didn't sound too good.
Oh yeah, I just switched over from voice changer to echo. So, yeah, this is a Galaxy 99V. Yeah, it's hooked up with my iDrive box. So yeah, I mean, I'm only doing like, let's see here. I'm doing about 200 right there.
Hey, right on. About 350 right there.
Yeah, so I don't even know what you're coming in on the receive, because the receive doesn't even fucking work on this goddamn radio.
No!
Yeah, on this 99V it don't work, so. But this is a Galaxy, you know, and it sounds just as good as a Striker almost. I mean, but yeah, the Cobra 2000 sounds way low. I'd probably have to do a whole bunch of mods to get it fucking, to add a different board, add another board and some other parts from what I was watching on this other video, but I don't know if I want to do all that, you know.
Just run it with an SDR receiver.
I already got an SDR on my computer. So, I'm going to do that too, but I'm going to do that once I put the tower up.
Alright. You know, you can always hook it to a different antenna. I've at my base station, man, sometimes I've got just a receiver on the bench. It's a multi-band, you know, from back in the late 70s when they were just to package all the TV and you know, weather channels and all that shit, and all on one radio, right? It's got CB on it. And when the skip's real hot and heavy, man, I'll turn that sucker on, and I'll be able to hear guys, you know, that I can't hear on my, you know, on my radio that I'm using from time to time, because it's on a different, you know, just a piece of wire laying there. it's weird.
Well, here's the other thing too. This 2000's on a Solarcon 99, so and it's a fiberglass antenna. So I have not hooked this 2000 up to the 5/8 wave. I could, but I'm not going to do all that shit tonight. I'll do that this week when I start moving other stuff around, because I got to redo all the cables on the bench. But yeah, I mean, this thing's loud as fuck. This Galaxy is, but you know, once I patch everything else in and just use designated radios for what, that's what it is.
I hear you. You keep the carrier up on that Cobra 2000, man. It just, I shudder to think about it.
Well, shit, for what I picked it up for, plus other couple 2-pill AC/DC ones and some other shit, I got it for a good deal, so more, you know, less than what most people are asking, I guess, these days, and yeah, but I gotta call Bullet Bob up, and I gotta order some big Bullet Bob audio, fucking 655s and 955s, so.
What are those running these days?
How's he doing?
No, what do those cost these days?
Oh, fucking $500.
For about $500 for either one of them?
Yeah, I think the 955 is like 500. I don't know what the 6, I think they're both about the same. But he's cheaper than D-Rail, I'll tell you that. He's way cheaper than D-Rail from what I found out.
Yeah, it's pretty spendy. But you know, if you want it, well, how much are those things, if you just buy one directly yourself, you know, unmolested, how much they cost?
Well, you can get it for, it's what he does to it, is what he charges. HPC2. That one he would sell for, I think the price on that, it's like a $300 radio, and he was selling that radio I was just talking on a second ago for like fucking $620. So, yeah. And I got that in a fucking raffle. You know, same with that 4-pill.
Oh, wow, 4-pill. I always wanted to get a 4-pill in a raffle. I never did. Shuck darn. Well, okay, I get it. They charge more because they, put their touch on it, man. I'm not digging on that. I'm just saying, I just was curious how much they cost, bone stock, just for the curiosity's sake, you know what I mean? You told me.
Oh, for what? Like a 955 or 559?
Either one, both?
I think the last time I looked, it was like 400 or so. So, but it just depends. Like I said, like some of those guys do it a different way. Like Tiny was trying to do shit a different way too down south, But Bullet Bob, he charges a straight, he's cheaper than both those guys. But Bob only deals with check or money order. He doesn't deal with cash. He'll do with cash too, but he primarily deals with check or money order. He won't do credit card over the phone. So you gotta mail him a fucking check. You gotta call him. You gotta tell him exactly what you want and what you're trying to accomplish and what you're trying to do, and then he'll go from there.
Now, does he farm it out? You get a technician that does do all that stuff, or what?
Say again?
Did you have a technician do it for him? And is the radio, building radios up? I mean, is he actually doing all this shit hands-on himself?
He is the technician, yeah. Bullet Bob, yeah. Yeah, he is the technician. He builds amps, too. He builds a bunch of boulder build boxes. He does a whole bunch of shit. But he's one of those guys that's really, really picky. Like he'll deal with anybody, but once you fucking do him wrong or smug him wrong, you'll never talk to him again. He'll never talk to you again, ever. So, that's just what I know, guys. If you want to know more about him, ask Dodge. Dodge is best friends with him.
Right on. We're friendly. I haven't... the last time I saw him was at the break 2 years ago, and he showed up and then turned around and left. He was gone. He's like hopped out of his truck. He's like, well, this is too hot. I'm leaving. And he was gone.
Well, he also been dealing with cancer and shit, too.
Oh, yeah, I know. It was just too hot. Yeah, I had to deal with that boat. Kind of bummed. I wanted to bullshit with him. But now, whatever. I got his number, but I don't call him up and chat with the dude. I'm not gonna do that to him. But well, cool. I didn't know he does a lot of installations down there too.
Yeah, he does installs too. You go down to his house down in California, and I don't know where he's at in I can't remember where he's at in California, but like I said, the reason why Dodge sounds so fucking loud is because I think he has a 655 that's been modded by Bullet Bob, that big old audio. But he's also, Dodge is running a lot of power too, so.
It helps.
Yeah, I'm just running right now, the one box I'm on right now is just a 4-pill Class C box HG.
Sweet. Who made it?
Say again?
Who made your pillbox?
Oh, BBI.
Alright. Yeah, has it been smooth sailing? Does it work right?
Yeah, it works just fine. Luke does them right, so no issue with it.
You won that on a raffle?
Yeah.
What, this year?
No, it was his last break.
Oh, okay.
It was like, what, 2 or 3 years ago? 3 years ago?
I missed that last. I went to one before the last, but not the last.
Yeah, it was the last one. Last one I won this and that radio. So, and then the one before that, I won a couple birdwater meters and some other shit.
Okay, well, right on. Well, good. It wasn't a whole ton of people there last time, huh?
Where? This year? Or you're talking about the last BBI break?
Yeah.
Huh?
Last BBI break.
Oh, yeah, there wasn't that many people. Wasn't as many as people as there were the year right before. I think it was the last year, because there was that whole, I think there was some shit that happened between one of the guys down there in Oregon. Some guy made a fit saying, I don't know, man, it's all fucking drama. It's all drama sometimes with some of those fucking guys, dude. It's like you want to be this, or you want to be that, or you're the biggest box builder on the West Coast, or you're this or that. I'm just like, dude, what the fuck's the drama all about? I guess he tried kicking, I don't know if it was somebody tried kicking somebody out of the park. I can't remember all the details.
All right, out. I think I was there. I can't remember. Or maybe I do. I don't. Well, anyway, yeah, he got fucking butthurt when I told him I fixed the amplifier. I got the raffle and went round and round with him, and he got all bent out of shape. I wasn't trying to piss him off, but what it boiled down to was he wanted me to. He's like, well, why didn't you just send the amp back to me if you're having problems? And I was like, well, because what's wrong with the amp? I made all the problems on my end. It's not working right for me. You know, you're the only guy that ever had any problem with any of the amps. Everybody else, they're all fine. I get no complaints. I thought, you know what? Did you ever call anybody up after you sold them an amp, or they, raffled them off an amp and just asked them how it's going? No. And I said, well, I'm under the assumption the amp's good. I watched the video. Apparently it works. So I'm doing something wrong. Why would I call you up or send it back to you telling you it doesn't work right? Just to have you tell me it does, because, well, it came off your fucking bench to my hands, and, well, what am I supposed to do? So, anyway, I went in there, and he was using an LED. He had a relay in there with an LED in it, right? And so that LED, he was having that be in place of actually adding a diode across the coil, right? Like normally, like most guys would do. Well, an LED's just not stable enough for that kind of business, and it fucking every time I key the thing up, it would just stay keyed up, unless I put it right on a fucking perfect dummy load right off the back of it, and then it would work. As soon as I hooked any kind of antenna, fucking it just wouldn't work. And then I went round and round with it, and I researched it finally. I was like, well, how come there isn't a diode across here? And I put one in there, and the fucker started working right. I let him know, and it pissed him off.
Oh, wait, so what, the LED light on the front of the box?
No, inside the keying relay.
The LED light inside the key relay.
The relay inside the box that, it clicks when you key up to transfer your signal from bypass to the amp. That one right there. It has a clear lid on it, sits in the back, and it's got an LED inside of it. When you key up, when the relay's activated, it lights up. You can kind of see it through the past the fan, if you're sitting just right. And you take the cover off, of course, you can see it plain as day.
Okay, so it lights up like a light?
Light emitting diode inside the relay lights up, when you key down.
Light emitting diode, So you had an issue with it, so why didn't you was it you calling him, or did you take it upon yourself to fix it?
Well, being it came from his bench to my hands, basically, I watched the video of him testing them out. I could only assume that I was not getting something correct it took me a long time to figure out something was not quite right with the amplifier. In other words, the amplifier worked if you put it in the same scenario like on his bench. Chances are it would work for you. But any other environment other than that, it wouldn't. It would just hang up. You'd unkey and it would start oscillating and stay keyed up and shit. And until you killed the power to the relay, with the front switch, right? And it would unkey. So that's what happened over and over again. If I sent it back to him, he'd put it on his bench like he had it before, and it would work fine. So what would be the point, right?
Well, I don't know. Like I said, but typically, like when my shit, if my shit had an issue, I had an issue with one with the fan. the fan busted because of my kid, and I just ended up, the fan wasn't meaning I didn't replace the fan, and then it burnt out a fucking resistor, and it burned up one pill. So I ended up just, getting the parts and sending them over to him, and said, hey, here you go, because I didn't know what if it was that or if it was something else. But typically, if I have an issue, like I had an issue with the 447, I sent it back to derail. When he sent it back, no issue. After he fixed the problem, it was just because of what happened with the amp in line. But there's all types of things. It's just, but if you want something, if you got something from somebody like Derail, I've called him on this radio a couple times, and he said, just send it back in, Pat. Again, if you need to get it worked on, we'll take a look at it.
Oh yeah, it's just when you're under the, I told you my situation, my scenario. And not only that, the fan, man, it comes on about every 4 or 5 times you turn it on. Sometimes you gotta do it 6 times or so. Flick it on and off, so the fan will spin up. Most times you turn it on, the fan just kind of moves a little bit and just sits there. That was kind of frustrating. And then to have that happen, to have the fan not work right, and then you're consistently, and then have it stay keyed up and shit, I was kind of bummed there for a while. When that happened, dude, I put it on the shelf and just kind of let it sit there, because the amp I got before that was not right. It was, I got it to work okay, fine, but it's the way it works. You gotta put a certain amount of drive into it. So the thing's gotta start out about 40 watts, 50 watts, so before the FWR settles down and everything's up. You try to run it with a low drive, it just doesn't like it. Doesn't work right. It's kind of weird. But it's better, I've got it better since then, and so it's kind of like the second one in a row, and right off the get-go, I plug it into my truck. The fan doesn't work, it doesn't want to come on, and then when I key down, it stays keyed down, and it's like after going through all the hassle with the first amplifier, I was just kind of, alright, and anyway, that's kind of the deal, man. I just didn't have good luck with it.
Yeah. I don't remember the whole story, but I was keying up there for a second, but I gotta get out of here. I didn't realize what fucking time it was. I gotta be up at fucking 9 a.m., so I need to get some sleep. I gotta be down south in Thurston County.
Right on. Hey, well, don't piss him off. I wasn't trying to piss him off. Wasn't trying. He took offense like I was, maliciously repairing his amp or something. I don't know what the fuck. He just got all bent out of shape with me. I didn't let it go.
Some people, I don't know. I look at things like if you just have talk sweet to somebody, it's like what's the saying? Feed a bear more honey or some shit. I can't remember. Anyway, I'm out of it. I'm tired. I'll catch you later. I'll hit you up tomorrow.
Well, maybe it might be a few days. But I know the dude. He's been a friend for years, so it kind of sucks. Good night.
All I want to know is where the big booty bag woman at? Where them big booty bag women at? Vanilla popsicle wanna know. Oh yeah.
Every sector of the U.S. economy put out a statement urging Congress to pass the clean CR that will once again come before them in the Senate floor in just a few moments. Quote, a fully functioning government is essential for American businesses, workers, and consumers, while policymakers continue working on a full-year funding package and other pressing issues. Again, that is a quote from the Business Roundtable. What's clear is that the Democrats' actions account to an intentional sabotage of our country and our people by shutting down our government. This madness must end. President Trump and Republicans are calling on Democrats to reopen the government immediately on behalf of the American public. All we need are 5 Democrat senators to do the right thing and to stop this shutdown. Call your Democrat senator and tell them to vote yes to reopen the government.
I'm still getting over Big 5 being told some big song, something or other. Let's give it to him. Okay. Big 5 things, came across here is a book. It's the history of health and how it's so centered to radical drink oil and pleasure and more of health. I mean, it's kind of a textbook, but it's actually a really good one. Maybe,
Yeah, I'll have the teriyaki queef.
going on, Speed? Oh, just sitting here going through the videos and watching TV out of the corner of my eye. Not really. Yeah, pretty much Sunday morning now. Yeah, there's a lot of DX in today. I heard you accidentally calling. Who were you? It was Kilowatt, I think you were trying to get back to. Hey, you never know, man. I was hoping he'd come back to you. Yeah, that's really true, man. You know, you need to find a clear channel and just kind of sit there and hang out and hear some people coming in there, and then you try to get back to them. But boy, I try to get on like 17, you know, and you know, all these big radios out there, and it's rough. Yeah, there's definitely no signs it's over with, you know. A lot of people think it's, you know, pretty done, but after this last couple weeks, you know, crazy DX in there.
Well, for sure. I mean, not even counting DX, I'm just still surprised that Castbox was able to hear me and Unity because we're that far away.
Yeah, I was surprised at that, man. You know, talking to them on the stock radio, that's cool. Yeah, I was talking to them on my radio, but has a little more power than yours does. But shit, dude, you did good.
Yeah, see, I wish I could, you know, measure, I guess, straight across the water what the mileage would be, because, you know, when it says 190 miles, of course, that's going 10 miles around the Beacon Town. So I wondered what that would be if you could go straight across the water, like mileage-wise.
Well, from my house to Squim, it's 110 miles. Google Earth.
So that'd be about 100 miles then.
Yeah, and he's you know, definitely south a little bit up in the hills there.
I heard he's really handsome too.
Still in there, cat box. Wave my hand.
Hey, wave, guys. Yeah, I hear you, man. No problem. Here, let's see here. I'm checking my, something's not right. Bear with me a second here. Hello. Oh, no, I guess it's okay. I'm not running my engine. Nobody else is keying down. Anyway, I just happened to catch you guys there. I'm going to be leaving my perch. I just wanted to say howdy. I heard my name. My ears were burning.
Copy that there, cat box. We'll talk to you next time, man. Have a good Sunday. Or no, Monday.
Sunday.
Sunday. Put my garbage out, but I got an extra day.
Go to church.
We gotta watch the Seahawks game, right?
Mariners.
And the Mariners.
I'm not really into it. Anyway, I'll tell you, get out of your guys' ear holes. I'm out of your ear holes.
You know, I've turned it on and I'm seeing it, you know, and they're winning, you know, fantastic. I'll root for them.
They drug it out to the very end there and then lost. So, real well.
Yeah, we've been here before.
The fix is in.
Yeah, it kind of gets depressing after a while. Everything's doing so hot. How far above sea level do you think you are out there, Capo?
2,000 feet at the tires of my truck. That's right. I can see the lights from Olympia. I can see the lights of the Tacoma port down there from here, and then all the way up till, a clear day up to Canada.
Yeah, that's one hell of a spot to transmit from.
Convenient as it gets. It's the only good spot I have. If I lose this spot, man, I'm done. You won't hear me no more up here.
Yeah, hopefully they won't shut it down on you.
I'm sorry, what about me being up here? You kind of doubled it.
I was just saying, hopefully they won't shut it down on you.
I hope not. I hope not. I've hauled a lot of garbage off of here. A lot of garbage from time to time, trying to keep it from getting gated,
Well, you're doing your part.
Like tonight, I put a campfire all the way out if somebody left here. I rolled up and the wind's howling through it, and it's got just a nice big red embers glowing. I'm like, shit, one of these jerks. Not only did they do that, they put a bunch of debris in the road and pieces of wood and sticks and all this kind of crap, made an obstacle course going out of here. I don't know what the hell.
They didn't know what they were doing.
You got a good point there. Yes, sir. Yep. Coordinates tagging it. They just can't keep quiet. Yeah. Occasionally I'll come up here and run into some people that come from over the other side of the Puget Sound, It's like, oh, yeah, they found it on something or other. That's the way it goes, I guess. But, for the most part, I usually have it to myself. Never know till you look, man. Like, well, up here, it's like I don't expect to have it to myself, It's a viewpoint. It's got lots of, it's a pretty good space here. If somebody else wants to come up here and hang out, that's their prerogative. I don't care. But some people will roll up and then they'll turn around and leave, and it's like, I don't care if you come up and hang out.
You know, I never have. I've been up here and I got surrounded by a bunch of teasers one night. They started throwing a party around me. Yeah, where they dump shit on the garbage on the side of the road, like down at the bottom of the hill, there's a fifth wheel trailer that's been torn down to the frame and a bunch of mess now, and then you know, they dump other shit. They won't even throw it, you know, go 5-10 feet over to the side, or they won't throw it over an embankment, or, you know, it's just, they won't put it somewhere you can't see it. They gotta dump it right there at the turnout, you know, right there on the road, and just dump it all right there and run off, like, you know, they don't even have the decency to stash their trash, you know? Yeah, last time they had one over here, like the Walmart in Scrim, that get around it, people were rambunctious. So I rolled up here one time, and these dudes came up and they started target practicing up here now. Now, mind you, this is the top of a hill, you know, and it's, like I said, I've got a view of the whole valley down there all the way up, right? And these guys were setting up bottles and shit on the edge of the peak here. And target practicing with no backstop at all, was, you know, with high-powered ammo over the top of houses and people and shit, you know, shooting these fucking bottles up and then leaving them there. Oh, I was so fucking pissed. These guys, it's like, you know, come on, this is not a place to fucking target practice. There's no fucking backstop, you know. What are you doing? Yeah, that's just reckless bullshit. Well, that's no lie. There's a hell of a lot less access that costs a hell of a lot more. They used to be able to go for free and there was miles of roads everywhere. Even some of it was paved in the backwoods. But now, gates, or they tear the road out completely, or they gate them off. And there's less and less and less, and then they jack up the hunting tag fees up, and then want you to have this pass and that pass to be in the woods, and it costs you a bunch of money, and there's a hell of a lot less miles of road. It's ridiculous. This fucking state, man, they got their head up their ass so bad.
wasn't, there was this mountain peak out there with the towers and stuff on it. You used to be able to get up there. For years you go up there. And a couple of years back here, some asshole kids from the high school there, you know, got partied and went up there and rolled off the road and got killed. And they you know, well, first on the very top, some kids went over the edge, and they closed off the very top, and then they closed off the whole fucking works. You used to be able to go up to the top of the mountain and then down the backside and go from Highway 112 to 101, you know, and for years. But now they stopped gates at the bottom end of both sides because of these punk kids. That was their reason anyway. Well, this road right here that I'm on, a friend of the family died, a young man, went off the side of the road, and thank God it's still open here, man. I actually had towed the wreck out of here, myself when I was driving tow truck back in, that was a few years back. You'll never forget it. I was following my buddy into town. He's ahead of me with this little Subaru Brat, and it was a 4-lane highway just outskirts of town. And it's just me and him, and then there's this old dude walking alongside the road on the sidewalk, and he just, as my buddy's coming up to him, he just steps right out in front of him. And my buddy hit him square, like right in the middle, just hit him. The dude went up in the air, flipped over, cleared his roof, cleared his little light bar, and then landed face down with his, you know, with the tailgate of the Brat right across his chest, right in the middle of his chest. He landed like that. And the fucking skin was peeled off a part of his skull. You could see the bone, you know, and I rolled him over, the old dude over, and his chest was, you know, crushed and shit. He was so old. There was no saving him at all. He wasn't even flinching. Dude, and kind of figure he did it on purpose. He was a regular at this restaurant and bar or wherever across the street, and them people said he was pretty mopey and yeah, it's really, well, screwed my friend up. My friend was never the same after that. He had some PTSD from that shit, and we ceased being friends. His whole attitude, his whole persona, you know, whatever, he changed. You know, and he wasn't high or drunk enough, and he went and had blood drawn even, just to, you know, prove that he wasn't, you know, on drugs. Yeah, that was it. He's just a different person from that day on. It was a real bummer. Holy shit. Yeah. I watched my buddy Gregor. He used to do downtown Port Angeles one time. They got to the end of the drag, and it makes a left turn, and the guy was falling behind, and he didn't want to lose, and he did his GTO, and he punched it, skidded, and just dead square hit a light pole, and just brought that front of that car to the dash, you know. Holy crap. Flame shot off from underneath the thing. Rear end jumped up in the air. Oh my God. Yeah, that's a damn shame, man. That's too bad. That's crazy shit there. Yeah, I hear you. I don't have that going on over here necessarily. No, not really. But yeah, we used to meet up at that place. We'd meet somewhere, and then we go as a group. And we had a rural back road, nice and nice and wide, and barely traveled and such. And we'd have a guy wait out the end at the intersection down there, keeping an eye out, and we had it staked out. We had CB radios to communicate, and we drag race until we had to leave, we were done. And it was the safest you could be without actually having it at a real place,
Yes, sir. And the guy at the end of the road, he's the one that started it, you know, flashed his legs to go. I mean, the cops would show up a couple times, you know. They didn't actually catch us racing, but they knew what we were up to. It was so funny one time. Nobody wanted to be the first to leave, and then nobody wanted to be the last either. Yep. They showed up one time when I had my exhaust uncorked and getting ready to go, and oh yeah, and they were following me around. Well, I lived in Tacoma a couple times, and I did a little bit of racing out there in Tacoma when I was living. That's back in like 91-ish or 93, somewhere around in there. Messed around doing that. That was on the outskirts. What the hell was that? Maybe a stretch of road towards Puyallup anyway. But oftentimes the guys would want to, you know, do it for money and shit. Cool, man. We used to have a raceway out here, a half-mile oval. I raced on it, V8 Thunder class. I also fitted and helped build several cars and worked on many cars out there. All kinds of different classes they had. On your people from demolition derby on up to the, you know, the stock cars, faster ones. Some dude bought the track that didn't like it, but he had a lot of money, and he fucking bought it, and he knocked the stands down and tore up the asphalt oval, and then just let it sit there like that. He didn't want to listen to it no more. He didn't like the crowd. Dude, it destroyed years and years and years. I mean, there's people that lived out here, man, that it was their whole life was, you know, they weren't rich people at all, but they put everything into their cars to come out here and do this. Even the demo people, you know, there was generations of drivers, you know, up of them anyway, and a real neat community. And first thing they did was, like, in Port Angeles, they'd have the fair, and the guys would have a demo out there, and everybody would camp out at the campground back there. Well, they made it so you can't camp there anymore, you know, they took that away. That was a big thing that's gone. And then this racetrack getting tore up, I mean, it just, talk about a bunch of depressed, sad sack folks around here. A couple guys, you know, would drag their car to Spanaway or wherever to go racing, but not everybody could do that.
Yep. Yeah, people were the neighbors were starting to moan about the noise. It was like, you moved next door to it. You know, it's disturbing my horses or some shit. You know, it's like, well, you could have just bought properties elsewhere. That really sucked, man. It was really the only event around the area here that was happening. You know, apart from other things that were once a year. You know, this was the only. Before, when I wasn't, working in the pits or racing, I would be sitting up on the hillside in my car, kicking back. We'd be drinking in the car, and stuff like that. And you just got away with it. But nobody. It was safe. Like nobody was fighting out there. No one fights ever happened. We're out on the track occasionally, But there was no bad stuff going on. At least nobody was getting hurt, and it was fucking great, man. It was great. I really miss it. And it's not like there wasn't any interest in it, because there was. It was just some assholes, a bunch of money, and bullshitted the person that held the title of the property and lied to the community just to get it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sold it to this dude if they knew he was going to do what he did. He tried suing him, but the guy was so rich, man. He just lawyered up. And like I say, the thing ran on like a shoestring, but whatever. The title holders it wasn't like what was it? It's like the guy that sold it, needed to sell it. Yeah, but now the property's out of hand in price, and the materials are out of hand, and in order to make another track and the grandstands and all that stuff, the cost is so astronomical, and there's not enough, use to pay it off, so it never happens. It's like it's way cheaper to maintain one than it is to make one. Yeah, then it's got to turn to profit, right? So, the community out here, there wasn't enough people with enough money to get together to buy that track out, as a club. I mean, it's too bad. Everybody was on a tight budget, There was a lot of people. There was just a part of the community around there that looked down on them, The guy that bought it, he probably planned to do that in the first place, He just had some kind of grudge against it. I want to live here and this is beautiful, except for that. I'm gonna, so we did. FU money, you know. I had a guy moving next door to me out in the lake that I don't have a place anymore. And the guy had a lot of money and would hire people to come down there and work, just make noise every day, just to make it miserable. And he made improvements on his property that devalued my property a whole bunch and made it less desirable because of what he was doing. And the dude tells me, he goes, some people get mad at me because, well, I mean, I've got the means to do things that a lot of people don't, and sometimes people get upset about it. I was like, dude, anybody ever tell you, just because you can doesn't mean you should? Automatically, you ever hear that? And there's no building restrictions out there for this property. It's kind of an anomaly, and these guys took full advantage of it, and then some. Yeah, he wanted to buy our place, and the real estate agent sold him the one next door. We wanted to sell ours, and he set up his garage to be infringing our property the way that he was setting himself up like he was going to absorb our piece, And we ended up selling it to somebody else. Maybe they sold it to him. I don't freaking know, but it's a big long story. It pisses me off. The guy's Satan himself, and I hope karma catches up with him. Yeah, sucks, man. I watched this guy bought a bunch of other lots too and built one crazy building. Our property tax just went to the fucking roof because of it. it goes, I guess. I don't know. Gentrification. Ain't no fucking gentlemanly thing about it. It's happening in my town big time. They're putting in all kinds of houses right now. Where it used to be woods around there and farmland, it's just farmland. It's all disappearing and becoming little cookie cutters or just just tons of houses, man. Tons of houses, and it's a blue collar worker around here has a hard time finding a decent piece of property. Even the prices of houses have skyrocketed so much. And the only properties that are affordable, like that are less than $100,000 and stuff are awful. A lot of them are just awful, or they're little hillside chunks, or just crap. And then it's I don't know, man. I may have to move out of the area here for too long because I think I'll be priced out of it. Just in property taxes and shit like that. I don't think I'll be able to handle it later. That's right. Well, I remember when I last lived in Tacoma, I was renting an apartment, 2-bedroom apartment. It was like $400 a month or some shit. It was expensive then. But now, you can't find a dump for $400 anywhere.
Yeah, well, typically after so long, the landlords want to bump you out of there so they can go through and fix it back up again, because, you know, they can really fall into disrepair over a number of years. Some people are a lot easier on homes than others, though, of course. She probably is. So all it takes is one heartless bastard to come in and, you know, and go, well, we want to, you know, they start bumping the rent up. We can get this much and we're not. And, you know, and our corporation that bought the place wants more money out of it. You know, we want the fair market value, and, you know, that's when you get the boot, right? Like, the last place my ex-girlfriend and I were renting, and the guy jacked the rent up so much. It was incredible. And we were good tenants too, really good tenants. And but he's like, oh, I'll get a lot more. He used her disability to get a heat pump, air conditioner installed at this place she's living in. Right? They're supposed to, you know, she's got to be able to stay there for for so long after it's installed to use her. You know, it was on her income, you know, made this happen. Because otherwise, the house had really old fucking like some baseboard or in-wall fan, you know, just heat coil, you know, type heaters. It was real expensive, and it was, you know, the walls were kind of thin on this old house, and there was a pellet stove. But anyway, so this efficient thing. It wasn't long after that got installed, you know, that he jacked the rent up and booted it out, and then charged more for the place. Now it's got a heat pump and a pellet stove also, and, you know, so you get more money renting it out. We're a real bastard. Took advantage of her. Right. Right. Well, you know, her income wasn't getting bigger, but the rent got bigger. Yeah. I painted a place I lived at once just so I could not have to look at it. It was depressing. I'd come home after work and see this place, this house, if you want to call it that, and it just looked so bad. And I told the landlord, I said, man, if you just hook me up with some paint, I'll paint that thing just so I don't have to look at it like this anymore, you know. And he did. He hooked me up with some paint. I painted that damn thing. I ended up moving out of it because it was so bad. I moved into my trailer on the lot behind it. It wasn't livable. The place just wasn't livable. It had so many issues.
It's very
now without some kind of a head start or something, you know, to get situated. Because yeah, not that kind of money just to go find some place. No, it's not. It's crazy. I'm a piss poor with you right now. I'm a piss poor. Better anyway. I mean, nothing wrong with what you're making. I mean, but I mean, it could be more. You can say it could be a lot more. It needs to be a really. I don't know, man. Well, I don't understand it. We have all these retirees moving into the valley here, right? There's tons and tons of them, and they're, it's driven the properties, everything way up, and they need caretakers and stuff. And I know what they're making out here, and it ain't enough. I'm like, where the hell are they living? Where do they expect people to live? And they're gonna be expecting all these people to take care of these old folks to be, locked into a very small apartment for the rest of their career. It's untenable. Yeah, it sucks. And those people that are making the money are probably always, in the back of their mind, am I going to have a job tomorrow? Am I going to make it? Yeah. Yeah. They did used to pay decent. And not so much now. And it costs more to live around there than ever. Yeah. I don't get it. They're always looking like the caretakers here. They're always hiring. They're always looking for somebody. They can't hire enough people because there isn't enough people to do it because you'd have to have 2 or 3 roommates to afford a place. So I don't know. Something will happen. I'm hoping that when we get if we get a full illegal immigrant enema out of this state, and as long as BlackRock and all that, those companies don't buy up all the property, maybe shit will come down. personally, I think if you want to immigrate here on your own, you ought to have something to bring to the table. You know, you ought to have some kind of skills that's going to be, you know, that isn't here, you know, that's rare or whatever we need. You definitely need to have enough money to support yourself for like a number of years, you know, before you draw any kind of social security, you know, social stuff. You know, and you also need to become an American and join in on the culture, and, you know, learn the language and all that kind of shit. And if you're not wanting to do that, you shouldn't come here, you know. But this state's got all these people, all these illegal immigrants on the voter rolls, you know, to supplement all the other fraud going on, so they can get the votes. You know, they don't want to get rid of these people. They don't want to get all this stuff found out. They don't want the government to know that we've been signing people up to vote and handing out driver's licenses and CDLs like candy. Even though I'm still, he had no right to be here. Shouldn't be here every day. He was here. He was breaking the law, and he's taking a job that an American citizen could have had. I don't have any. You know, okay, so he wasn't a burden to society necessarily, but he's taking a place that wasn't his, and that's the way, you know, you got to really, you know, look at it, because, you know, we're not obliged to let people just come in here and live, and because they don't like the economics or whatever, where they're coming from. It's not our fucking duty to have to solve the world's problems like that. It's you know, the attitude that it is just I don't know, it's like a virus infecting people's minds. This could be so much better and greater if we didn't have this horse shit going on. And I'm sorry, you know, the guy might have been nice and everything like that, but still, to me, he's an invader. You know, all of them. If they're not here legally, they're an invader. They've broken and entering into my house, my country, and they're just being here is you know, we shouldn't. That's how I look at it. I don't care what their story is, or, you know, they've all been here since they were kids. Well, if they're here legally, they're still here legally. It doesn't go away 20 years down the road, you know? Not in my book. Wants illegal immigrants to run the places because in the state, because they know they won't get kicked out. I bet you a lot of people that are running them stores are here illegally, you know. And they're like indentured servants to the person that owns the store. You know, there's guys that will own many, you know, gas stations and stores, and And you know, they brought the money over. They didn't even have to get a loan to buy these places. They just had the money, you know. And they just bought them up. It's like the hotels and motels. There's a couple of different nationalities that buy them up, you know, at different stages of the life of the hotel, you know, and run them into the fucking ground. There's so many of them here. It's incredible. They're everywhere, and it's. I mean, a lot of them are probably figuring, well, they're not going to get all of us, probably. You know, at least not for a while, and that's probably true. There's so many of them that you would take. What they really need to do, you know, is have you know, deputize, have some posses, have a whole bunch of posses, you know, from the populace. Volunteers or whatever to you know, expedite this freaking enema. The estimate right now is like during Biden's tenure, they figure about 24 million people come across in this country legally.
Pretty much
Yeah. Well, there's two kinds of people in that are on the left now. Is the ones that are brainwashed, or soft in the head, and then there's the ones that know what they're doing, and they don't want these immigrants to get hauled out of here because that's their voter base. That was their plan to dominate from here on out, was to give them license, let them stay here, sign them up on the voter rolls, and if they don't vote, we'll vote for you. And augment their numbers so they can stay in power. That's the guys with this pulling strings. That's their plan. And take the economy. And meanwhile, to keep the working man so busy trying to make a living that he doesn't have time to pay attention to politics. And then here we go. We got Washington State. Yeah. Well, if we survive the weakening magnetic field on this planet and all the extra rays and cosmic shit we're going to get hit with, and if the predictions are are correct that it's going to get so bad and the pole's going to flip and that's going to collapse our protection, and it's also going to twist the earth over 45 degrees and cause all kinds of mass floods and take us out, and it's just all kinds of shit. That's going to happen before we cause something to happen by our hand, to the environment, I think. Yeah, well, don't be too hard on yourself. I think, the jets weren't flying either. The skies were clear because there wasn't all that shit going on. That's a big, big contributor to the cloudy, overcast shit here. Yeah, I thought, it'd be cool if we had, established some, national holidays, where every so often everybody takes a fucking break. You plan for it, you stock up, you don't go to the store, you just hang out with your, just stay tight with your family. You can go where you want, but I mean, everything pretty much comes to a halt. Just to give a reprieve every now and then. It would be nice. But see, China's just, they're
Yeah, no, I think there's, I don't know what country it is, I think it's somewhere in Europe that have something like that, where, you know, you get like a break every year, it's like a couple months, it's almost like summer break, but for adults, you know, and that's just I'm probably going to say it backwards, but it's because here, we live to work, whereas over there, they work to live. And also that, you know, there's so much crap controversy about that too. We're getting in the wrong direction.
Yeah, but I think it's more likely that a natural disaster of some kind is gonna knock us back or take a lot of us out way before something we do to ourselves, you know. Apart from like if we set off a bunch of nukes. We already did that though. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a race because I'm of the opinion, you know, civilization has reached sophistication a couple, you know, more than once going way back, and some kind of natural disaster comes along and wipes everybody out almost all the way and starts over again. And you know, usually when they get a lot of technology like we got going on right now, like we're vulnerable because of our grid. And if the grid goes down because of a weak magnetosphere, there's going to be, you know, starvation and all kinds of craziness happening. Yeah, and you notice when the toilet paper started getting back on the shelves, the quality was just absolutely shit. Unless a big enough, you know, EMP or you know, hits and wipes out the transistors and stuff, you know, induction and whatnot, then that won't work either. I just hope you just keep bumping along. We just, as a species, as people, we need to get off planet. We need to be able to travel to other planets around here, at least in our solar system, and establish places to live, you know, so because it, you know, it's cataclysms or whatever like that. But I think they're going to find out if we do get up there, if we do make it in time and start really poking around on the moon and poking around like Mars, we're going to find out that we've probably already been there.
Good morning, Beavers.
I wouldn't be surprised if some of these UFOs and whatnots are people that are descendants of you know, previous civilizations, you know, that reached a high technology but got mostly all wiped out, and maybe they were, you know, people that were able to get away from the bad stuff, and they became, you know, they went along their own timeline, and then, you know, we come along, and these folks are, you know, leftovers from previous, you know, previous high-tech civilizations that are long gone.
Here and had a bonfire out here last night.
Oh boy, I had a big one going here, man. Cleaned up my...
Yeah, I'm getting down the rabbit hole. I better get off this radio. People have heard enough of us, I think.
Flames in my fire pit about 6 feet in the air.
Heck yeah, I know I did.
I had a bunch of big, almost log branches.
Probably not, but someday down the road in the near future.
I had that fire pit heaping with stuff I needed to burn, and I lit her off yesterday. And that's out there, yeah, I cleaned it all up, raked all the little cones up, and got it looking...
Take care, Speed Racer.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I had some limbs that took off those big trees in the front yard not too long ago, this year, maybe a month ago. And I burned all those up. Nice big fat ones, made good firewood.
Yeah, I was in Yakima Friday, Spokane Friday, back home. Yesterday went out and got potatoes and Brady. And seen a guy selling honey on the side of the road, stopped and got some honey. Yeah, had a good...
I can hear some adjacent channel bleed over. They might have changed channels.
Yeah, they're half out to Brady. Got 2 big old bottles of honey.
Seen the guy sitting there on the way back. I'm going to whip in. I just got a little, maybe like a pint or something, like $20. Haven't even opened it up yet, but that's up Valley.
Next year I should have my own honey.
Yeah, I'm up past my bedtime. I shouldn't even be up here.
For sale, let me know.
Probably will. Yeah, I got a few hives. I didn't take nothing from them this year. I took some not too long ago, but I didn't go away for early spring. I'll get them back early, get them going, get some nice big hives going, and should have some honey for myself next year.
Yeah, we haven't bought any or had any here in a long time, so I'm going to grab some on the way back. Real nice guy sitting there selling out of the back of his truck.
Heck yeah, I remember.
Nice and easy. I hear a little satellite or something. I can see now. It's kind of cool. I can see stuff moving around up here from time to time. Nice. It finally cleared up.
Man, that'd be hot. I'm surprised he's doing that, because those suits can get warm.
Yeah, I saw him in a couple different places prior. I mean, it's been quite a while back, yeah. Wow.
Good. I'm looking at the hit me stick there, and the transmitter's moving over like it should. Yeah. Like to find me an 8-pill. That'd be nice.
You quit raising them in 05? Yeah. Sprays?
Heck yeah.
I know, I was having a problem here.
Oh man, have a good day.
Burnt chemical smell. The next morning, all my bees would be dead. I'm just getting back into it this year. I did learn to keep them inside of a building structure, so that way they don't get poisoned. Right. Well, it's been probably been about 5 years for me, I'm guessing. Yeah, growing up down on that lower road down by the water, there was a guy down the road for us named Cliff. He had put beehives in everybody's yards, and when it came time, he'd have you come over to the house and we'd spin the honey and split it. We'd get some, he'd get some. Us kids would we'd get some of the wax for cranking the handles. That's all that keeps the man busy. Huh. I just did it here. I think I was probably averaging about 5 hives. I was just selling it locally, giving some away, selling some locally here. You're on one of those lots down there, aren't you? Yeah, that's a lot of hives on it. It's a little lot. Yeah, that's kind of nice. Cool. Well, I gotta get some breakfast going. It's good talking to you guys. Been a while since I've been out here. Bummer to miss Big Bird and Air Gunner, though. Yeah, I know that.
I was kind of hoping this would have been one of those mornings since I was around, but... Okay, well, you and Dirt, man, anybody sandbagging, have a good one. I'm gonna get out of here, I might make it back.
Yep, catch you later.
Yep.
Sorry, I could barely even hear. I didn't even know who you were talking to, but I think it was Wolf Trapper, and he's so far down, I could hear the voice, but can't really even hardly make him out.
Yeah, he's down there a little bit. Okay, you have a good one.
See ya.
Good morning. Morning, Rick. Morning time.
Morning, Red. What's going on?
Morning. Oh, just got my first cup of coffee.
We'll get you going. Oh, good morning, Dino. I heard you in there.
Yeah, waving there, bottleneck.
nice quiet Sunday morning.
Yeah, there's a couple people out there sandbagging.
Alright, well thanks for piping up there. Hope you have a good one.
Oh yeah, definitely. I make them that way every day.
Sounds like a plan. I'll work on that one too.
Good morning. I'm back in the room. I'll be sandbagging. Shoot, Dino, it's getting cold over here. Feels like it dropped another degree out there in the last 10 minutes.
I haven't been out. I was thinking about building a fire.
Definitely weather for it. A bad thing is I'm going to have to start winterizing everything around here.
Well, that's just another job you got to do.
Maytag. Yeah, right.
Hey, good morning there, BS.
Good morning, Dino. I barely can hear you on my wire, but I heard you.
10-4.
Good morning, BS. I can hear you in there, just way down there.
What is going on in here? Smells kind of fishy.
yes, I'm over here where you can usually hear me. How's it coming in? Well, I'll be saying good morning again, BS, if you can hear me. Damn, I just ran over a raccoon laying in the road. I think it was already dead, though. Well, Brother Sledge, I guess you can't hear me. Anyways, we were here, we waved, and we're heading south again.
some pretty dark clouds blocking the sunrise.
Here we go, Dynamite. We're on the highest hill I can find over here in Tacoma. Where's that Dynamite? Wake up, Dynamite. guess it's a no contact, no copy on dynamite. I have a lot of static though. Looks like a lot of dark clouds hanging out over top of dynamite over there. Yo, I just want to know. Yep, the homeless are in fire mode already. Sorry, I didn't mean homeless. I meant the meth maggot little stealing, thieving bastards.
Hey, Dino, you still got it on?
kind of busy out here. I figure that smuggler would be asking a question right about now.
Who can break my squad?
I just know he wants to know.
You broke my squelch.
You betcha.
Yeah, where are you going today?
No. Hey, where's the white women?
Oh God, someone's out there playing stupid shit already. So where are you heading out today?
So right now I'm heading back to the shop.
Oh, 10-4 heading back to the shop.
I thought there was going to be a nice sunrise, but there's just solid dark clouds over that direction.
Oh, so you're going home and you're going to work in the shop?
Well, I got to do a few things in the shop. Then I got to run over to the neighbor's shop and take care of some things.
Oh, 10-4 running over to the neighbor's shop after you're working yours.
Yep, I got some switches in. I got to finish fixing that excavator I ripped apart the other day.
Oh, 10-4, so you already got something going on. You get to stay in the shop today.
Where's the white women in?
There he is. Don't find him yourself, you little bitch. Shut up, we're trying to talk.
Good morning, smuggler. And Bucktooth Billy.
How about it, Bucktooth Billy? You got a copy on Indiana? I know he can break my squads.
Wait a second, I'm heating up my coffee.
Oh, okay, you're doing a swan dive in your coffee? Oh shit, I made it and I didn't turn the fucking coffee maker on.
Well, damn.
I had to give it a quick 30 seconds, it was getting cold.
10-4 getting cold.
Don't they call that iced coffee?
That's the other half's favorite. I always, when I go to the store, I get a jug of that Starbucks concentrate iced coffee, cold brew. She likes having that, and I got to say, you know, I'm not a big fan of iced coffee, but when you do have a cup of it, it seems like the iced coffee picks you up better than hot coffee for some reason. It gives you more of a kick in the ass.
I got a jug of that in the fridge.
Morning, Dirt.
That shit'll definitely put hair on your chest. Good morning.
Good morning, Dirt.
Good morning. I'm out the door. Catch you guys later.
You going to Sunday school?
I'm gonna go walk. I'll get a quick 2-mile walk in here in a minute. Catch you in a bit.
Have a good morning.
You too, Rigid.
Good morning there, Rigid.
Good morning, Dido.
There he goes. Morning, Rigid. You kicked it up a notch.
Good morning. shoot, the further south I go, the more it looks like it's going to start raining. Oh, it's going to here, Rifleman. There was nice clear skies up north there, but this is getting kind of dismal. So it looks like it's raining down south, huh? Couldn't tell you. smuggler. Figure it out, smuggler.
Mobile mud duck. Yeah, my fire burned up pretty good. There's still some hot coals there from yesterday. Gotta go get some Johnsonville better cheddar dogs. You know what I'll be doing later.
I thought there was a burn ban.
In the fire pit?
Anywhere.
I don't think so.
The burn ban was taken off October 1st.
Oh, right. There's the information guy. Good morning, BS and Dirt.
Good morning. Can't even hear BS.
I already burned up all your personal items over here.
So that, yep. I can barely hear him this morning talking.
Would you burn up on me, BS?
I burned up all your personal items that were left over here. They're gone.
Gosh darn it, anyhow.
What did he say? You burned something up?
All my personal items. Google's telling me Mason County is still under a burn ban.
Well, it's probably because you guys are still freaked out over there, you know, because you still have fires burning and stuff, so they probably need to keep you guys shut down. You know, there's a lot of window lickers over there that can't burn a fire without catching something on fire.
Shoot, I had a big old fire going last night. Heck, I was probably shooting 15, 20 feet up at least.
Yeah, mine was in the fire pit. I burned a lot for I don't know how many hours.
Yeah, I was using the fire pit for sure. I know it's supposed to be no more than 4 feet, and it's probably a little more than that, but oh well, that's...
I read farther. You're all good. You guys can burn her up.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, as far as I read it, it was okay to go for it. Was after roasting hot dogs.
Yeah, I thought I heard that too, but hell, you never know.
Says recreation was good, so I just got a pack of hot dogs out.
I'm going to stop and grab some. Yeah, I sit out there and do at least 3 or 4 of them. The better cheddar dogs.
Yeah, we scored. We got these, I drive them down the road, and they had this garage sale signs, so I went to check it out, and they had these. But these ones are really heavy duty, and they're rocking. I stuffed those things in the back of that convertible. I had to take the top down, and they're pretty nice out there next to the fire.
Yeah.
$5 a piece they wanted for them. I was like, I couldn't get it out fast enough.
Trying to get down. I've already got my hoses put away and little, road covers on and wrapping everything up for the winter. But I'll probably get out there and do a little weed eat real quick today and play around at the fire.
Yeah, I did some weed eating yesterday, and I did some chainsawing, and none of my pipes are done yet. I know it's coming.
Actually, last weekend I drained my buddy came over from Spokane, him and his wife, and he gave me the hoedown again on draining my water system for my sprinklers. So we did that, so we're good to go.
I'm thinking about this year putting some of those down in the ground shutoffs in, just so I don't have to.
Yeah?
I just don't want the great big tall 4-footers, 2-foot would be perfect for what I want to do.
Well, yeah, for my sprinklers, I got 2 little square boxes that are just, I don't know, 15-inch by 12-inch. Green lids are barely above the dirt. And then a round one, I reach down there and just shut the valve off and then go up to the panel, my rainbird panel mounted on the house, and I control everything right there to drain the system and, get all the water down where it just got the air blowing out and shut her down.
Heck yeah.
Last time we did it, he had me down there with a screwdriver and twisting and turning. He says, I don't know why I did it that way, but here's a way better way. Right here on the panel, you think you got to get down on your knees.
I don't have none of that fancy stuff. I got good water, though. I got better water than all my neighbors. They got that stinky crap. I went a good 100 feet deeper than them. I got good water. Every so often I have it tested, and they tell me how much better my water is than everybody else's.
Yeah, I should probably get mine tested out this years ago. Yeah, I'm about 68 feet deep, and I got good water, but...
Oh, he's in his mobile.
You never know unless you get it tested, really.
Well, we drilled ours 160, but then when they had that Nisqually quake, we lost our well, and they dredged it another 10 feet. So I'm down there a bit.
I actually was getting sand in from the get, way back when I had everything put in. So they had to come up and bring everything up about 3 feet, so maybe I'm around 66 feet now or something deep. And I was putting out 32 gallons a minute. I don't know if that would have changed or not since then, to now. But like on that's phenomenal. 32 gallons a minute.
Yeah, I don't remember what mine is, but I know I ain't seen nobody got the water pressure and stuff that I have. Everywhere I go, it's like it's just pissing out the end of the hose compared to what I got.
Yeah, nice having that good pressure. I've actually got my pressure tank turned down to, I think, 50. I think it was 60, but I might have turned it down, go into the house and changed it off with my tank under there.
Yeah. I think mine shuts off at 60.
Yeah, I'm not even so close. Yeah, right.
I did the same thing, that the squally quake when it hit me, and I had to do work on my well. I bought a big ass holding tank, and I upped the pressure on it. I even replaced the lines, some of the lines going to the tank to a 2-inch instead of a, what was it? I don't know, an inch or something, inch and a quarter or something like that. I don't know, but I took it up to a 2-inch going to the tank, and then dropped it back down to help build that pressure.
You know, mine, the wellhead out there, I had to put a filter, so I was getting that fan. Well, I hired another guy, it was $100 away from me, but I had to put a faucet there also, so I've actually got a hose hooked up right there. If I ever wanted to go in there, I got water right there.
Yeah, I don't get no sand or nothing like that. I remember when they drilled mine, I remember they had a big pile of sand debris type stuff when they drilled it. But once then we put our well and stuff in it, we never had nothing like that. We did pretty good. Well, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm going to say good morning, and I'm going to get back to being busy.
Guy came out and took a sample of like a little baby. He goes, oh shit, why did you call us now? And I thought it would clear up, and it never did. So then they came out, didn't charge me, and spent a couple hours taking around. Must be some marathon today. They got these signs all over up there. They're running at mile 3. And
I know they just had that oyster fest up there.
yeah, this is right. Maybe they run around Island Lake, this big old square or something up there. Yeah, they got signs up all up in here.
You doing the old Huff and Puff?
No, I go to the airport, but I'm taking the wife to church, and then I'll keep the buddy up here at 7:30, 7:40.
Roger, we did the Huff and Puff not too long ago. It's been a long time since I've been up there. I seen they took all the exercise things out, and now it's just a walking trail.
I've been up there, but it's been a long, long time. But, yeah, we'll get up here. I'll get 2 miles, and while she's about an hour, she's at church, come back, grab her, come home and go to work.
Tell you what, man, that's what it's about, quality of life. Start eating those bonbons and sitting on that couch, life goes downhill fast.
I try to stay in shape, man, you know. 66 years old, that's just starts going downhill if you don't pay attention.
I know you're right. That's why I keep moving. I'm going to keep it going. That way I can have a quality of life. When I fall over, I just want to tip over. I don't want to sit there and freaking, yeah.
Yep, pretty important.
Okay, I'm out of here. You have a good journey.
Hey, Richard, you said it right. That's a positive thing, man. When you fall over, you fall over. I don't want to have to, tough it out there. I'd rather do it while I'm sleeping, actually.
Are you in there, Jack?
I am.
What you asked me, I said yes. Did you hear me?
Oh yeah, I heard you, barely. I didn't quite catch it though, but now I did. All right.
Looking pretty nice out here, man.
Hey, Dirt, it's not over here.
We got some clouds, Dino, but it's going to be nice today. We got a bunch of that sunshine coming later.
Oh, 10-4, yeah, that's what I seen on my weather thing. And you're still breaking my squelch there, Dirt.
Try that again.
I said you're still breaking my squelch.
Here, man, I'm out here in the sucker brush.
Damn it.
Drop off old sidekick here. That's what I should have gave her CD instead of turbo. I should have called her sidekick.
your sidekick. You know what my other half handle is, don't you?
No.
Wetback.
Wetback? Is it?
Yeah.
That's alright. For a while last night I was thinking about that because she goes everywhere I go. If I go, she wants to go. She's like a little sidekick.
She jumped the board and swam for it, so I just figured I'd call her wetback.